reflections, ghosts in the crowd. So come burn down my escape. I wanna feel it. Come drag me into the void. Let my circuits decay. I'm sorry, but it's too late. You never will.
Come here to chew bubblegum and kick ass. And I'm all out of bubblegum.
Hello, hello. How's that for an intro? Hello! Can you hear me? Anyway. What is up, everybody? Texer, Cool Mods, Gran Turismo, C-Dub, Glauco. New sub here. Can't wait to see this wheel. Been thinking about buying it. So we're going to be kind of experiencing that a little bit today. Because, full disclosure, I just got this wheel on Saturday, and I hooked everything up. I configured everything, did my firmware updates, I did my bindings for all the games that I typically cycle through, and made sure the wheel worked. And that's about all I've done on the sim this weekend, so for the sake of showing you guys a little more up close and personal, let me just do this. Pop it off. The backside, you got two bindable buttons on the back. Comes standard with 4 paddles. You can get the triple paddles, but honestly, I'm okay on the triple paddles. I don't really see a purpose for them. Double paddles are fine, and that's coming from someone who has the FX Pro, which is right here. Front side, whole lot of bindables. So this is sort of like, you know, people say like, oh, I've always wanted my dream car, my dream house, my dream blah, 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 blah. Well, in the Simagic space, this has been my dream wheel since they sort of like announced it maybe like a year ago, maybe a year and a half ago. I don't remember when they first unveiled it as like a teaser. And I've had the FX Pro for about 6 months now. Really like the FX Pro, but there are some definite, you know, weaknesses on it, both physically and just in general layout, that I believe this wheel is going to rectify. What's going on, Craig? You use it with LMU. Does it show battery and VE on display when using with LMU? I have no idea yet, if I'm being completely fair. I will look into that for you as we go. As far as, here, let's get a screen capture going here. Pull up SimPro. Because I do everything. So, full disclosure, I have not messed with SimHub yet. I have done everything through their proprietary software, SimPro. Because honestly, like, now I'm not some crazy custom screen type person where I need to do all this stuff to get... I'm very content with the supplied screens, imagery right here. So, turn this music down just a little bit. All right, so these are like some of the supplied screens, imagery, if you will. Now they will have, okay, let's pull up the Cadillac LMDH one. This is actually one of my favorite screens. Let's see. I'm just looking on the screen here. Well, let's do that. Let's do that test first. Since you want to know, sir, let's do that test first. Since I did plan on cycling through LMU a bit today. My plan today, guys, is to jump into a little bit of LMU, a little bit of PMR, a little bit of AMS2, and a little bit of RaceRoom. Unless I get wildly distracted with one of the games and want to keep playing or something. But for the most part, I'm kind of just going to be exploring a little bit today. I wish Fanatec would get screen to work for Xbox. Yeah. Fanatec's your only bet when it comes to consoles and having the most expansive ecosystem. So, hopefully one day. Yeah, Craig, I'll do that when I get a chance. I saw you were having some PC issues with let me see if I can read it quick here. Hold on. Interesting. I've never had that issue. I've never had like a failed to load screen, error, data files corrupt, please reinstall application. I have to wonder if you have like a program behind the scenes running with Windows that's a conflict. Because I, by nature, if that's the term, turn everything off in Windows. Literally everything. I have nothing running the entire time I'm on my PC. No services, no background stuff, nonsense. Nothing going on. It does suck, though, because, like, that's one thing about computers. A lot of times it's hard to duplicate what people are going through, you know? And most of the time, though, like, Craig, I guarantee you it's not a hardware problem. I can, like, 99.99% guarantee you that what your issue you're having there is a software problem and not a hardware problem. It's always a software problem. Like, I don't want to reference this too much, but I do plan on making a video about this. Not going after the person, but explaining that they are doing something fundamentally wrong on the PC side that's causing their experience to be bad. They recently put up a video about PMR showing what they have, a big high horsepower computer, 5090, 9800X3D, and they're getting stuttering and horrible frame rate in PMR. And it's not the game. And they are someone with a pretty high voice in the sim space. All right, so let's do offline race weekend. See if we can get this to work for C-Dub here. What do you have for a wheel right now, C-Dub, if you don't mind me asking? It does give off a little bit of heat, but nothing I would ever write home about. Like if it was burning my hand or something, but like this is you could tell it's an electronic piece, but it doesn't feel hot. Like the worst thing about what I'm doing right now is I'm putting fingerprints all over my screen. But like nothing about this is hot right now. I mean, I can't obviously show you guys. I've ran these things all day. Now, there have been firmware... Keep in mind, too, a lot of stuff like that is potential to be rectified via firmware updates. There have been, since the Zeus stuff went public, there have been several firmware updates already, so... I don't know. I do feel like a lot of times I critique things that I feel should be critiqued, whereas sometimes I feel people critique things for the sake of I need to find things to complain about in an ecosystem where there's not a whole lot to complain about, you know? Craig, I have the same CPU. I highly recommend the 9800X3D. In fact, it's my #1 recommendation if you could buy any CPU in the market right now. Even over the 16-core variants. The 16 cores are stupid. For gaming, anyway. They're actually extremely stupid. Like, unless you're doing a specific rendering task that has nothing to do with gaming and nothing to do with streaming, there is no point to any of the 16-core dual CCD CPUs. A single CCD higher core count CPU is all you need. In fact, that's better. I know people don't want to admit that, but the fact that core parking is a real problem with Windows. You guys don't know what core parking is? Look it up. But you have 2 chips on your CPU. And it has to pick and choose tasks between those, which requires communication, which requires latency. Single CCD is better, trust me. And it's not that isn't like a my opinion piece. That is like, go look into the PC space. Get away from the sim racing stuff. Sim racing, no offense to a lot of the sim racers out there, but they don't know a whole lot about computers. Go to like computer channels. They'll tell you a lot more about other stuff. Core parking is core parking is still an active thing. It's a lot better with the 9000 series Eagles. You're right. But you know what's better than better core parking? No core parking. From a latency standpoint, it's one major task the CPU does not have to do. Choose which CCD to use. For example, I have a 5090 and I have a 9800X3D. There's more. If it was like I was going for like the most expensive things money could buy, I would have bought a 9950X3D. Or now the X2. God, there's so many numbers. But the point is that mine was a tactical decision to buy the 9800X3D over the 9950X3D. All right, so let's do. Let's get rid of the AI altogether. I don't want AI on the track right now. I just want to experiment. I always forget these menus. Always. Oh, that's right. This is the grid. Turn off all the... There we go. Okay, that's good. Practice. 1 hour. I don't care about... We're going to Tire Wars on. Turn off the... Actually, no. Let's leave all that on. Actually, we want to monitor that. Ski, when it comes to gaming, the 9800X3D is considered the best because it has on 1 CCD. It performs the same as, say, a 9950X3D, but with 0 latency penalty of having to choose between cores. Now, like Eagle said, it's gotten a lot better, but it is still there. All right, here we go. Anyway, we're here to talk about the wheel, not CPUs. I still don't like that about LMUs. Like, it really only seems to be a thing in the hypers. But you get to a certain angle, and the wheel just kind of falls over, like it's weighted. It's always been a strange feeling to me. I'm just looking at the dash while I do this. Cool. I wish I knew more about hypers, in all fairness. The electric systems, to me, are like one aspect of the hypers that I remain extremely ignorant on. I'll tell you, what was the, yeah, that was just me reading chat. Ignore that. Electric system works alongside the ice for fuel efficiency. Doesn't add extra horsepower like an F1. So let's see. I'm trying to look at the numbers on screen here and then match it up to what I see on the actual display. What do I have? That's that. Did I lose my tire? Must have a flat tire. Push. Ratio. So it looks like the fuel says 86.9 on my dash here. And I'm just comparing that down to the bottom there, where it shows 26.1 laps, and I'm reading the red. I assume that red bar at the bottom there is about 86% of full, because I got 86.9% here on screen. I don't see... What's BBM? You would know better than me, C-Dub. What is BBM? Oh, wait, that might be brake balance. Hold on, hold on. Never mind, ignore that question. That was stupid. That's brake balance. The M is what threw me off right there. Alright, so brake balance works, tire pressures work, tire temps work, fuel works. It says 77 on laps, which the game says 26 laps basically, so I'm confused what that translation is.
That time was a 3:54.4.
Now it just dropped to 33, so maybe it's a lap-to-lap active based off fuel usage. It just dropped from 77 to 33. Back to the pits quick. Can I just return? Nah, let's just turn a garage, start driving. That fall over. Does anybody else experience that with LMU, boys? Where, like, there is this, you get to about 90 degrees, and then the wheel just sort of falls over. I've always felt that in LMU, and I've never liked it, but it seems like it's more particular to the hypercars. I don't feel that at all in the GT3s. So, like, okay, right here, it's pulling. Right now, watch. Well, it didn't do it, but... See how it wants to do that? It pulls down. Got it, C-Dub. Because this is using... I'm currently using the dash that is this Cadillac LMDH. At least a supplied one from... It's Simpro. I have my own settings run of audio. But when it comes to the actual Simpro, the force feedback stuff, I suppose I could look and see what the hypers are and then make adjustments based off my own sort of settings. Yeah, because we got our sway bars here. Or, sorry, anti-roll bars. TC, we got ABS, positioning, tires, map, PCB, delta, lap, last lap, best lap, behind, SOC. I'm not really looking where I'm going, so please don't judge my driving here. Okay, so SOC. What's the acronym of SOC stand for? Because that does seem like battery, some energy use. Because it goes down when I'm on throttle and up when I'm on brakes. '78, '77, '76, '75, brakes all the way back up to 84 by the time I lost it. So SOC looks like your energy. State of charge, battery. Got it. You're well. See? There you go, Dub. Sorry I'm so ignorant when it comes to the energy side of this stuff. But, it does display SOC on this dash. It's might be hard to see. Let me do this. Let me pull this up. Actually, I don't think it's going to be any better. Come on. Tape. No, it's not going to be any better. All right. God, that is red. All right, so it might be hard to see, but right here, there's this yellow. Actually, let me do this. Let's do this. There. So right here, there's this yellow area. That area there is your SOC. And that is the, for reference, that is the Cadillac LMDH dash. Now, there are other ones, too, now that I know that SOC is state of charge. See, you know what the worst part is, too? Is that I could just look that up, right? But I've never been curious enough to look it up, because I don't really deal with the hypers. So let's see. That's the LMDH prototype. Let's see, we got formula. LMD hybrid. Let's see if this one's got it. Yeah, this has got SOC as well. Although I do like the layout of the Cadillac the best. You can stack a bunch of these, by the way. And then all you got to do is just scroll. I guess not. It's not working. Because I'm in game. Good scroll. Alright, it's not happy. You should be able to scroll. I've done it on the other Zeus wheels. When you stack these like this. Oh, okay, you gotta scroll out of the menu. All right, so you gotta go up first and then scroll over. Got it. Got it. Oh, escape. Because this dash here is what made me think that all you had to do is scroll. Clear all those, and let's put on this guy, which is my default go-to. This one here has a built-in like that. But it looks like the red one actually does display potentially battery. That might be fuel, though, actually. Hold on. Let's see. Yep, that's energy. That's cool. That's cool. So yeah, C-Dub. It does look like it, through SimPro without SimHub, natively supports all your, well, that generic battery information. Like I said, guys, I'm learning on the fly with this. I have not used this wheel. And I think the other screen is revs. Is there SOC anywhere on here? I don't see it on the blue screen, but on the red version, the rev indicator becomes state of charge. Interesting. God, I don't even know where to begin with these cars in terms of driving them or anything. All right. Now that we got that massive EJR confusion out of the way, let's just see what's online. Since we're in LMU, let's see what's online. GT3 stuff. My brain is... I haven't played LMU in a minute, so I'm waiting. I've been waiting for the US track pack to come out for me to, like, jump kind of back into it. Even still, though, I don't know how long it'll be before I rage. You guys already know how quickly I rage in LMU. All right. Event length, 45 minutes. Are people still cheating in the Logitech challenge, C-Dub? Is that still a thing? If the preset wasn't correct. Let's actually check that quick. We got some time here. Jump over to... All right, so... Haven't heard about it at all recently? Got it. That's good. I don't know why people just insist so hard. Like, why do people... Like, I've never understood the caring about cheating. It's like, because why do you care that much? You are convincing people you don't know that you're better at a video game. Why do you care that anybody cares how good you are at a video game? Do you lose sleep over, God, I'm not the best at this video game. Oh no, what do I do? It's just weird. Stop cheating. Just play video games and enjoy them. Anyway. All right, so what was the preset run of audio? It's an LMU Hyper. Okay, so let's see what we got. Wheelbase, expand presets. All we've got is LMU. What's LMU do? All right, that's the same. All right, we got to turn that force feedback back up because we cannot do that. So it adds a little damper, slew rate, some filter, which I don't like the filter. Wheel rotation speed, that's... I don't know if I see any. It's either going to be slew rate control. I mean, the damper is for sure going to affect that rollover if it's damper. It's just going to slow any input. I don't like filter to be on at all because all it does is, you know, filter out detail. I don't want any detail filter out. I want every buzz and vibration to happen. How's the wheel? We're currently going over it right now. I mean, in my by hand and feel, it's amazing. It's incredible. It fixes some issues with the FX Pro. I am going to do a more hands-on comparison between the FX Pro directly and this wheel, since this is technically the replacement for the FX Pro. It does rectify some major issues I have with the FX Pro. The FX Pro is still a gangster wheel. So, like, unless, in my opinion, unless you have money to burn, I wouldn't upgrade from the FX Pro to this. However, if you had to pick one or the other, I don't think the FX Pro has a place anymore. There's only one one thing I like better about the FX Pro. And if you don't have the FX Pro to compare it to directly, you'll never know. And that is the tactile feeling of the shifters. I don't know what it is about the FX Pro. If it's the leverage you have, if it's the rubber isolators are a different size, but it is the perfect amount of audio and feel tactile shifting that I like anyway. All right, let's experiment here. Get back out there. And by the way, C-Dub, the tire pre-warm is on right now. So that should rule out cold tires causing that hang. Oh, I got to turn off invert because I have it inverted in the game. Go. Yeah, this feels worse. Yeah, it's just that, like, look, see? Oh, God damn it. I want to get out of the pits, man. Alright. So let's see how this feels by comparison. Actually, maybe it might feel a little bit better, actually. But I still have... See how it just falls? That fall. I'm holding it up right now. See? It has this weird sensation. I don't know what it is. Always noticed it with the Hypers and LMU. Let's try turning down damper to 0, because I know what damper's going to do. Wheel speed rotation. 50. Yeah, that makes it feel better to me. It always does. I hate wheel speed rotation. Some people love it, but just know that I do not like that setting. Wheel speed rotation, I do not like my wheel to oscillate towards center, ever. It should rotate back to center, but it shouldn't overshoot and go back and forth and back and forth. I don't like that. It's not what a wheel does. So, can't tell if this feels better or not than how I had it. So, slew rate control, turn that down to no limits. So I had mine. No, doesn't feel... Because we're basically outside of this. We're back to my settings. Jesus. I got work to do with remembering how to drive these cars. I used to be able to drive these cars decently, too. I mean, I do have splitter damage here. Let's drive it back out again. I don't care, we're just testing. Yes. Boy. Did I just forget how to drive these cars entirely? Or did they in recent updates, not the last like major tire update, but in recent update change the like default physics of these cars? Because my tires are pre-warmed. They're not hot, but they are pre-warmed. Yes, I can. So, also, Fue, as far as using the LED indicators as... I'm gonna get back in a GT car. I don't know what's going on with that. Yeah, hold that thought. I'll be right back. So, Fue, are you looking for... You want your rev indicator to be your RPM, like the LED lights to be your RPM, or do you want it primarily used as a warning light up to a shift light? Because that's how I have mine set. Mine is set to be set up more like a... on the starts trickling down on the higher end of the revs, and then when it wants me to shift, it flashes. That's how I like to configure mine. Because I can use my ears for the rest in terms of knowing where the revs are. I don't want to look at my wheel to rely on that. I want to only use my peripherals. All right, let's get back in the Stanger Banger. All right. Match in game? Okay. Easy enough. Easy enough. So, yeah, this is basically my settings now, so let's just reload mine. All right, so shift light. So the shift light itself, I have set at 97%. And this has been across all Simagic stuff so far. If you set this to 100%, you'll hit the rev limiter before the shift light comes on, or at about the same time. You'll always hit the rev limiter. And then I trickle them back. So the 3 center LEDs, because I have mine go from the sides to the center. You can obviously have yours go across however you want. I have mine go from the outside in. So I have 95% in the center, then I trickle them down 1% at a time. 89% on the outside LEDs. Didn't change what box? The RPM red line? Yeah, that'll do it then. It's probably set to 100 by default. I don't remember offhand, but I'm thinking it's 100% by default. And also in Forza Horizon 6, you have to drop it another 10%. Forza Horizon 6 is even worse. Alright, let's just go. I don't have time for this. So let's compare the dash on screen, which is red for shift, to my blinking dash. Now let's do this test quick. Let's make this say 100%. I'm on the limiter right now. My shift light's not shift lighting. See? Lower that back down and not... Whoop! That's going to be a problem. I already know it. %. There you go. I mean, here's the thing about shift lights, though. You can always lower it more, and it'll just come on sooner. So it really comes down to your reaction times. That's how it is, and sort of like when I set it up in real life on bikes. You want your shift light. The shift light is dependent on the rider. So if you have a slower reaction time, you want to set your shift light a little sooner. So determine what gets you to have a proper shift. I'm being super cautious now because of that hyper. I'm driving like a baby. I haven't played LMU in a while, so I don't want to do any level of pushing right now. Going on, AJ. I have to say, Daniel Kart's force feedback on AMS2 really did kind of break me for a lot of these sim titles. Nice way. Yeah, we're gonna have to what do you call it? Co-op that. I want to co-op Space Marine 2 really bad. I really don't want to play it single player. I want the first experience. I've realistically I've had that game for well over a year now, and I've only played the very beginning of it.
Time 2:33.34.
Some anti-cheat culprit. AJ, buddy, what did I say? It is most likely a software issue, not a physical hardware issue. It's always a software issue. Always. It's a computer nightmare. By the way, I recommend just uninstalling anything you can. You know, anti-cheat software, LMU forces you to have easy anti-cheat. Okay, that's fine. That's the only one I have installed. But basically, whatever the game installs, leave that in there. Anything extra, remove. Yeah, slow boy, I'm just doing this. I don't have to play a lot of LMU, but I'm doing it because we are reviewing the wheel, and I know this is a very, very popular game, especially in the, you know, Simagic space. But yeah, I'm glad you got it figured out, AJ, because software is a nightmare on PC. It really is. I gotta go over Gamer Muscle's video where he's talking about the performance issues of PMR. It's the same issues he always has. He's absolutely got some computer configuration issues that are just showing its hand in PMR. If you don't believe me, just go look at his video and then go look at any time he ever covers PMR. Go look at his GPU utilization in-game. It never goes above 65%. See, that said, I did a ranked race where one guy got a 15-second jump start penalty. I had the pole and led the whole race, and then at the end of the race, it gave to the guy with the penalty with the win. He never passed me on track. Some cheating going on, man. Yeah, there's no doubt that the anti-cheat in PMR is...
8.07.
There are ways to cheat. There are ways to cheat. You might know a whole lot about sim racing more than I do, but it's the first thing I see. It's the first thing I see when I pull... I watched that video, I want to say for maybe 30 seconds, and I skipped through the video in parts. All I did was look at his utilization specs. GPU never went over 65%. Okay? I've seen all I need to see. Unless you have a frame rate lock-on that limits your frame rate and you're going past that in terms of what you can actually produce and render, the GPU should never throttle down. It should always be pegged at 98 to 100%. Always. And if it falls down from that, you have a CPU bottleneck. But he doesn't have a CPU bottleneck. He has a 9950X3D. His computer should be every bit as performant as mine. We have the same GPU. We have the same-ish memory. The only difference is going to be configuration. And I can almost guarantee you, guys, it's related to the CPU. Guarantee it's a core parking issue. Because if that's why, I actively avoided dealing with core parking and things like that when I went with a single CCD 9800X3D. Because that is very problematic. And if you don't have things configured right, Windows will not use the CPU correctly, and you'll run into massive CPU bottlenecks. And the GPU will never hit full load. Gonna hurt your brain if you watch. I don't listen. I mean, I do a little bit, but... It's just unfortunate when people who have a decent following... Here's the thing, AJ. I'm only going to talk about information and facts. And if that offends people, so be it. Not here to take shots at someone else. Like I said, if we want to discuss experience in sim racing, he's got a whole hell of a lot more than that than me, so I won't knock that. But when it comes to the PC stuff, he has a problem on his PC. Software-wise, I guarantee this. Like, I don't want to sound cocky, but I'm going to sound cocky for a second. When it comes to me whinging about it being a software issue versus a hardware issue in PC stuff, I'm always right. And I know that sounds arrogant. But I'm just speaking statistics here. Oof. 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 Event length 35 minutes. That's my biggest thing, slow boy. I very much like overall the gameplay of LMU, but I do not like the locked into a schedule sort of only way to race the game. If this game had custom lobbies and things like that it could be done easier without renting servers, I think this game would be a whole hell of a lot more appealing for the casual to mid-effort people. This game caters to hardcores and hardcores only. And I'm not a hardcore. I'm more casual to that mid-tier of like wanting to be competitive but don't wanting to devote my life to that particular sim to be competitive. You know, if I take a break from this game, if I take a month off of learning LMU, I come back in, it's like I've never played it before. Core parking, that's why you went with the PS5. Here's the thing. I don't have core parking issues, Slick. I have a great experience because I properly selected hardware. 9800X3D, you do not have to worry about parking cores. 7800X3D, any single CCD CPU, you do not have to worry about core parking. That's why I very much look forward to Zen 6. Zen 6 is AMD's next CPUs. Whenever they come out, who knows? But the rumors of bumping up the core count of the single CCD. If they go 12-core single CCD, oh my Lanta. As long as the cores are not slower by any means. Which they shouldn't be. They should be more efficient. All right, let's rage quit LMU. That's how we'll go out of LMU. We'll join this one race, and then we'll switch games. Love it and have no idea what it means. Game runs great. Yep. Yep. It will also start a war. Yep. 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 It's a shame. It's a shame. Okay, awesome. We are definitely on the same page. I come back and put... Yeah, like this... Like, here's the thing, guys. LMU is built to only play LMU. I don't think we're getting that till next week, Slick. If I'm being honest with you. I think that's when it's coming. And that is not a... like... baiting statement. A deflecting statement. That's when I think we're getting it next week. But it will be big. It will be big. It just has to work. Yeah. There's a lot coming in the update. But once it hits you will never know if like anything lands well until the public gets it and the public can experience the variance, you know? But no, you'll be seeing a lot more PMR out of me once the next update comes. I'm very much looking forward to it again. Because, like, it's... Yeah. Yeah. But, yeah, back on the LMU thing quick. LMU is a good game. It's a good experience. But it caters to people who only want to play LMU. So if you're like me and you want to jump around, you know, you're a bit more of a casual, you don't want to spend a whole bunch of time learning a game every time you jump in the game, LMU is going to make you sweat, you know? It's... I would say it's lateral to ACC. It might be a little bit more complex than ACC. Because I do think ACC will hold your hand a little bit better than this in terms of just the initial investment. Whereas this, there's just zero explanation of anything, and it's just completely 100% you figure it out. Which is fine. That's fine. But again, for the casual, that makes casual struggle. The guys that want to jump in every once in a while and play it, there is no casual experience in terms of playing with your friends. That does not exist in this game. You can't host a lobby without spending money, which deters probably 99% of people who want to host their own lobby are going to go, meh, I'm not going to spend money to do that when I can just go play something that doesn't charge me, you know? Sandbox sim racing is more my take because I want to be able to do whatever I want whenever I want, which is where the AMS2s come in, things like that. I do like ranked play. I very much like a good ranked play. It gives you a sense of purpose in the sim racing thing. But I don't want my only experience to be die-hard, hardcore, ranked sim racing. You know? If LMU ever expanded their gameplay to, hey, you can now do in-game custom lobbies and set it up with your friends, I'd play a lot more LMU. Because I know that with just a ranked play, I will burn out very quickly on just one game. And because deviating and playing other games makes me fundamentally worse at this game, I can never get any ground with this game, you know? And if you notice, I am considered a good driver. My ratings suck because I'm not good at the game, but I'm considered a safe driver. But, yeah. All right, let me use the bathroom quick again. Join event. Here, staring at the screen, waiting for it to pull me in. Slick, you need to join Discord, man. Oh, Brent, I'm loving it. I'm absolutely loving everything I got here. I don't want to get out of it. It's become, I've built it to be like an office as well. Obviously, it's sim racing enthused, but yeah. I do want to switch over to a next level racing seat. Not that I have anything against the seat. I mean, it's a good seat. I like the seat. It's quality. I mean, for a $350 seat, which is their cheapest, basically, track racer, it's a good seat. But I still need a bottom and a back pad because I'm a small frame dude, and this is like a universally framed seat. So it's wide-backed, wide-assed. You know, I'm 5'5". I'm a small guy. So I need pads to sort of form to my body a little bit better. But next level racing, I think, is kind of pushing the envelope on badassery when it comes to seats. I'm on the fence if I want to try their haptic or their cooler fan one. The only thing is I don't like the idea of those is that they're not serviceable. Easily, anyway. Not without tearing stitching. Or maybe there's some Velcro that I don't know about. But it doesn't look like in all of that they are. And some of the earlier videos or reviews, it doesn't look like they're serviceable, which is kind of a bummer. Y'all ever heard a bad fan coil? Oh, if I hear that in my seat and I can't... Oh, no. ES1 cooling seat. Their new, I think it's, ES... Whatever their new racing seat is, ESR3, I think it is. That's got the fiberglass and the carbon fiber one. That's a badass looking seat. That's a badass looking seat. Take it from me though, folks. Oh, I forgot. Do not buy the carbon fiber one for the extra $1,000 it costs. Got your first win in LMU the other day. Nice DR bump. Then lost it all once some a-holes. Yeah, exactly. Nice job, Zonley. Yeah, it's just practice, man. Like, it's not meant to be a welcoming test. Because the idea... I do think the rank test should even be harder. Like, but I do think it should also be staged. So you should have a speed test, which is like what they currently have. And then, like, a safety test. And, like, I do think they need to expand on that a little more. That's weird. But carbon fiber look cool. Get a wrap. Carbon fiber wrap. You'll never notice the difference. Yeah, there's no doubt. I think they've got some of the, from a innovation standpoint. I think Next Level Racing that's where they kind of separate themselves in the sim racing market, is their seat designs. This wheel. Now, obviously, your mileage may vary on what I'm about to say. Because, like I said, I'm a small guy, and my hands are proportionate. This wheel is super comfortable. Super comfortable. It does have the rubberized grips, which is what I really liked about the FX Pro. I don't like leather wheels. I like them in the sense where they're durable, but from a comfort standpoint, I slide around on them a lot. Even with gloves on. Suede or Alcantara or microfiber are my favorite wheels, but they are not durable. The rubberized grip, though, like I could drive this car with just my palms, with my force feedback, and it not slip out of my hands. Obviously, this is not comfortable, but from a grip standpoint, just my palms alone on these rubberized grips. Like, You can't do that with a leather wheel. Is Track Racer good? I like them. Admittedly, the worst thing you're going to see about Track Racer, I was very put off by Track Racer because of reviews, believe it or not. I read a lot of reviews, which, grain of salt, man. Squeaky wheels always get the grease, man. Good reviews never get made because when people are satisfied with a product, they don't say anything. They're just satisfied and enjoying their product. When someone is unsatisfied with a product, they complain about it publicly. It might be a shipping issue, it might be whatever, something gets lost in the mail, you know, but for the most part, people who are satisfied don't tell anybody. They have to be asked if they like the product. They don't just go out of their way to say it. People who don't like something actively go out of their way to say it. I'm so bad on Fuji. Wind simulator, that is pretty cool. I've wanted to get 2 fans to blow onto my face.
7.83.
To simulate wind. I don't care about blowing on my whole body though. But just my face. All right, what do you guys want to see next after this racing? Because once I'm done with this race, we're going to change games. You want to see some RaceRoom? You want to see some AMS2? Or you want to see some PMR? I don't know what we're going to do in any of them yet. Oop. I do wish PMR was hyping up their next update more publicly, but I know why they're not. They're so scared of their own shadow right now in terms of things not landing well. The last thing they want to do is hype something up, and then it not land. I currently don't even have iRacing installed, Art. I'd have to re-download it, man. I got so discouraged by their pricing model.
That time was a 1:47.10.
That's good enough for me. I don't feel like sitting here and qualifying all damn day. How many laps is this again? Oh, it's 30 minutes. That's right. 20 minutes. Right? $20 minutes. See, this is what I'm talking about. I already forgot how to do my fuel in terms of the calculator. Ugh. 15 laps should be enough, I'd imagine. You hate the stock market? Leaving a bad review, Art? That's fine. I accept that. Got it, slow boy. I'll see what it does here. Starting to play with stock for fun. Not an insane amount of money, but I can see why this thing can absolutely ruin people's lives. Yeah, I don't recommend. 10 out of 10, do not recommend.
Teams and drivers go to the grid for a race start.
Sucks. I gotta go to the bathroom too. This whole like drinking a gallon plus of water a day is very challenging. It's easy to drink. That part's easy. The hard part is you know, being available to go to the bathroom as often as I have to. Now that you guys know. So weird. I will say the UI for their app doesn't work quite often. Like right now, I can't exit out. I can't close this. The X doesn't work.
Formation lap has started.
I like their software in terms of its functionality, but the actual, or like what you're capable of doing, I mean. But it's very problematic from just like using it. Random stupid UI issues, things like that. Come on, buddy. Get back in line. The seatbelt tensioner looks cool. Admittedly, like that's more appealing to me than the motion. I honestly, I jumped in a whole bunch of motion rings at the expo. Was not convinced. Hey, the event hub got updated with new features in PMR. Nice, man. Nice. Keep them coming. Keep the updates rolling.
Green flag.
One thing that's great about this wheel, boys, whole lot of button binding. Whole lot of button binding. In case it starts to rain, I'm prepared. I don't think I'm ever going to turn the line off in LMU because I don't play it enough to learn a damn thing. Like I said, if they add the ability to host your own lobbies, I could probably pick this game up more regularly. But right now, Jesus, boys. Some ruffians in here. You can pay to start a server trap. It's not in-game related. It's like RaceRoom, but you got to pay for it. Yeah, Slow Boy. This is my entire experience with LMU. Yeah, it's time-based. And yeah, I have a front and a rear butt kicker, and I have haptics on my pedals. I just don't use them when I stream. I also have a fresh new Klipsch sound system for the rig for when I'm not using, or I'm not streaming again because I'm not using my headset. So when I turn everything on together, even though it's on a single screen, man, it is quite immersive by comparison to how I run it on stream.
Lap 147.17.
Yep, Art. I assume, Art, you're talking about LMU. Oh, sorry, I'm reading chat. Probably pay attention to what I'm going, huh? I'm single. Zonley. I don't use two. I've never had a streaming PC. I could build. I have, believe it or not, spare parts. I could build, or I could just use my laptop as a streaming PC. But I chase simplicity. That's a big part of why I have a 5090 and things like that. So I can do it all in one PC and not worry about losing power and stuff like that. Obviously, if you know, my gaming PC crashes, I lose the whole stream. That's the one downside, but I've always preferred simplicity. No need for a capture card, no nothing. Just capture what you got, what I see on screen. I'm just capturing that. I mean, that's technically everything anyway you game, obviously, but you know what I mean. Simplifies the process quite a bit. Another reason I highly recommend NVIDIA cards. NVENC is so good. Yeah, I want VR over triple screens. I'm on a single screen, yeah. Well, technically dual, but for racing, single screen. That's a Windows thing for me. I don't have triples because I hate Microsoft Windows. It's just a pain in the ass. The more screens you add, the more your computer just struggles to function. Windows is just, no matter how long Windows has been around, it's truly just not well supported for multiple screens. Because I would need 4 panels to run my stream if I ran triples for racing. Right now I only use 2. Yeah, I'll always be a PC guy before a sim race guy. Let me ask you this. Do you guys think we're going to get a 6000 series from NVIDIA? I feel like they could completely abandon the gaming market. Obviously, gamers would care. But, like, it wouldn't affect their bottom dollar whatsoever. In fact, it would probably save them money because now those chips that they would use for gaming cards can now be just thrown into their AI data center bullshit where it's going to make them a lot more money. So I really have to wonder if they're going to make a 6000 series. Take a nap for a couple of days and let AMD catch up. That would be nice, man. I mean, it's quite possible that this is my last NVIDIA card. I mean, I'm on a 5090, so it's got a while. But I mean, I'm not be one of those people that, oh, I have a 5090 and I don't like NVIDIA anymore, so I'm going to switch to an inferior graphics card just to say I'm not on that brand anymore. No, I'm going to use the 5090. Like, if NVIDIA never makes a graphics card ever again for gaming, that's fine. I'll switch over to AMD, but when AMD has an objectively better graphics card, you know? I got nothing to get. I mean, don't get me wrong, AMD's just as evil as NVIDIA. You know? They're doing the same AI shit. They just do it after NVIDIA does it. You know, everybody thinks that these companies care about people. No, they only care about their bottom dollar, which that's how businesses survive. But Lisa Su's following suit, just like Jensen Huang. Jensen Huang just does it first. He sets the precedent, and everybody else follows. No one deviates. Not a single one of these companies that makes chips is going, you know what? We're staying away from the AI thing. We're going to stick to the consumer market. They're all evil, Skeet. They're all evil. They're all billionaires.
Time 146.54.
Yeah, AMD doesn't make anything on the market right now that rivals the 5090. That just doesn't happen. And I have a 5090, so switching to a card that isn't as powerful doesn't make any sense, just for the sake of not being part of NVIDIA anymore. I paid for the card, I'm going to use the card, you know? But when AMD has a more powerful card, I'll switch. I don't give a shit. I'm not brand loyal. I'm brand loyal to Milwaukee a little bit, admittedly. But Milwaukee's never let me down, so they've kind of earned my business. My car doesn't draw 500 watts either. I can make it draw 500 watts effortlessly, but it doesn't. On average, mine does about 350. But I also don't care about efficiency if I get more performance. Efficiency is second to me. So like, if this card objectively is more powerful, but it requires more power to be more powerful, I don't care about that metric unless we have the same performance and one card is more efficient. Then I care about the more efficient card. But if, like, you know, if it's, oh, nice overtake, sir. A little risky, but nice overtake. He's better at chicken than me. I back off sooner. But don't get me wrong. I'm all for energy efficiency, but I prefer brute force before that. Now, if you can give me both, then I'm all in. You know, if you can give me, because remember, I come from the AMD days of Bulldozer, where you ultimately bought a chip that was inferior to an Intel chip that used twice the power for less performance. So, trust me, if I can have my performance, my cake, and eat it too, where I, get all of the frames and low electricity usage, I'm all for it. But where I live, the electrical bill isn't an issue. So for me, I want as much experience as possible. Well, that entire bulldozer line was an overclocking maniac. 8320, 8350, the 9590. They're all the same chip, just different clock speeds. That thing was, I mean, don't get me wrong, by today's standards of raw compute, doesn't, yeah, you can overclock it, insane, but that overclock doesn't lead to anything that's better than anything now. It's just old. But yeah, in its prime time, if you wanted to overclock and you were all about liquid nitrogen and going crazy, you could do crazy things with those chips. I'll never play with liquid nitrogen. I couldn't care less. Yeah, so what Harry said is right there. The 7900 XTX is still in raw brute force rasterized performance, still AMD's most powerful card. The 97, but the is it RDNA4, which is the 9000 series, they are better for ray tracing. That being said, though, even with a 5090, I don't use ray tracing. I couldn't care less. Still couldn't care less. However, DLSS is gangster.
That time was
In my opinion,
6.73.
that is the one thing that still makes me prefer NVIDIA over AMD, with ignoring all of the business politics and all that nonsense, just from technology alone. Upscaling. AMD is catching up. Don't get me wrong. They're a lot better. But to me, that is the one technology that NVIDIA is still better at, that keeps me on NVIDIA, is their upscaling. FSR 4.5, I think it is. That's the newest one. It keeps getting better and better and better. And I'm all for it. But DLSS is just fucking gangster, man. Can't even pull my punches on language there. It's just gangster. The fact that I can turn on a feature that makes the game look better. Less alias. Super sharp, almost natively 4K sharp with no aliasing. And get better frame rate, it's like magic. So until FSR completely bridges and closes the gap of DLSS, it's gonna be hard for me to shy away from NVIDIA, man. It's all about maintaining a locked frame rate of 144. I want to be able to run max graphics at a locked 144 frames. That is my visual goal. And that's at 4K, by the way. And look at all the games that come out that are all under 100 FPS at max settings. That's where upscaling is huge. Like, what game was it? Pragmata. Pragmata just came out. Another Capcom game. Capcom games notoriously run awesome. If I ran DLAA, which is native 4K, but NVIDIA's anti-aliasing, deep learning anti-aliasing, I would have my frame dips under 144. If I ran DLSS, 1440p upscaled to 4K, I would lock out 144 frames and have a buttery 144 FPS experience from start to finish. Now, were the frame drops a big deal on DLA? No. But I know they're happening, and I can still spot when it happens. Also, side note, this wheel is awesome. I'm trying to think of things more so that I don't like about the wheel than things that I do like about the wheel.
Time 146.6.
Oh, I do have a complaint about it. I do have a single complaint about it. And I won't notice it with my headset on. That's why it hasn't been talked about. Under extreme vibrations, some of the buttons rattle. The FX Pro buttons are a little bit tighter tolerance. They don't rattle. But if you have your sound system volume up enough or your headset on at all, you're never going to hear it. But if you're playing in a relatively low volume with open earpiece or open ears, you will hear a little bit of, like when you roll over the curbs and you get the buzzing sound, you'll hear your buttons rattle just a little bit. I'm being picky and I'm critiquing because it's not bad, but the FX Pro didn't do that. This does. So that is a backstep, if you will, by comparison to its predecessor. Things like that I'll talk about more in the video that I make. I am going to make a much more to-the-point FX Pro versus Zeus Formula Wheel comparison video. But that is my one complaint about the Formula Wheel that I didn't have with the FX Pro. Yeah, exactly. If you guys have the GT Neo, it's the same buttons. The FX Pro had nicer buttons.
That time was a 145.25.
The FX Pro buttons, you can feel that they're definitely more tactile. And the buttons on here, like on the GT Neo, are a lot more clicky. Yeah, I saw that, Skeet. That actually does very much excite me. If they have a custom lobby mode, that could bring me to LMU. I would absolutely host some LMU races. There needs to be more... Like, look at AMS2. You get an AMS... I literally get bored in AMS2 because there's so much content. I just, kind of get lost in the content. But if you can think it, you can do it in AMS2. And it's also why I love that game. In this game, you are forced to do what they want you to do. It said hosted lobbies are free now. Can you send me a link to that on Discord? I want to read what you're reading, and I'll read it on here. PMR has Road America. Wink, wink. I think my hope for PMR is that in the long run, it is a more modernized version of AMS2. Because everybody asks, the only thing for me that's wrong with PMR is that AMS2 already exists. My one complaint about their new physics is a lot better in AMS2. You can absolutely feel it. I drove the CLK the other day. That was where I very much noticed the difference in physics. That particular car was nice. It drives so much better now. So much better now. I'll be right back. ESA says custom lobbies are underground piracy even when the devs let you, huh? Interesting. Yeah, that's nothing new, Trap. Unfortunately, that is nothing new, and that is a reason why I will, you know... Hey, gained 4 positions. Look at that. See what we got here. All right. That was my LMU fix. I hate that race. They always force you to do that particular race. I'm going to close and then reopen this just because I can't close that screen. All right, guys. PMR, AMS2, or RaceRoom next. Custom lobbies are underground pop. We'll do RaceRoom next because I want to spend as least amount of time in it. I'm either going to end on AMS2 or PMR, and I'm going to do some lobbies. I definitely wanted to host a little bit of lobby racing. Lobby. I don't understand these evil people in the video game space. Not letting people being able to enjoy the things that they purchase in their own. Anybody who says custom lobbies where you're not paying to rent a server is piracy, go fuck yourself. You're not a human. You're a greedy, like, leech of a human being. This is the free race. I'm good with that race. The car's great, the A110, but the free-to-play makes it suck. Ooh, 2020 DTM. I don't know if I've ever actually driven this car before. Let's try it out. I don't think I've ever driven this car before. Drove LMU after checkered flag, bad driver slammed into you, so you lost points. Yep, that sounds about right. LMU is designed to, like... I think a lot of LMU's design is built to make people that just want to have a good time not play the game, so only the hardcores stick around. Because shit like that's bullshit. It's a video game. You finish the race. Someone else hits you after the race ends, so you get punished for it. Whoa, 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 I'm, hold on a second here. Oh, that's right, I gotta rebind my pedals. Let's see. Controls. There we go. Oh, I knew something was missing. He will get there. I gotta turn. I'm like sitting here. I'm like, why don't I have a shift light? Because my software's closed. All right. Steering does not feel one-to-one right now. This did work fine before, and then out of nowhere it stopped working correctly. No, it's 1-to-1. This car just has a lot of turn in. That's fine. That's fine. It felt like I was turning it way more than I wanted, but I guess it's me. That's fine. Which community do I like most in sim racing? Ooh, probably AMS2. Probably AMS2. I mean, don't get me wrong, I've met a lot of awesome dudes through PMR. But there's also a lot of toxicity in PMR as well. I'd say, but on just like, if you were to go by ratio standpoint of every single person I've met versus every single person I've liked, AMS2 has probably the highest of that number. It seems like AMS2 are the most people like me, which is why I get along with them. I haven't met anybody through RaceRoom. Met a couple through LMU, but not a whole lot. Met a ton through PMR. Woo! These cars got some snap to them, boys. Paul, the new wheel's awesome. I'm loving this wheel. I don't have random frame freezes, Todd. I don't know, I cannot duplicate that. I have probably one of the best experiences. This game, RaceRoom, has more stutters than PMR does. I really need to make that Gamer Muscle video and just go over some things. I say Gamer Muscle video, but referencing Gamer Muscle. Because Gamer Muscle has problems with PMR that he should not be having. Now, I don't want to do a live. Live, it doesn't have the same reach long term anyway. Live is only good for when it's live, and then it usually never gets looked at again. Something you want to make an informative video, you really do want to make long form content. Because that's what it's supposed to be, informative. And the problem is that someone will watch that video and go and just be strengthened. Someone who has not played PMR will watch his video, see, oh wow, this guy's got a 5090 and a 98, or sorry, a 9590. I've been on the wrong things here. 9950X3D CPU, and his game is running this poorly. And he's a veteran sim racer, so this game must be a piece of shit. I'll stick to iRacing, or I'll stick to whatever it is that I'm doing. But the reality is, something is wrong on his end. And I don't know if he just doesn't know that there's a problem, if he doesn't know computers enough, or what, but it could, Todd, it could be either, honestly. It is a CPU-intensive game, but resources are resources. The only time a CPU will bottleneck a GPU and create problems is when you have a shit ton of GPU and not enough CPU. And vice versa can happen, though, too. He totes his voodoo card? That's gotta be a joke. Voodoo are extremely old graphics cards. Yeah, that's got to be it's got to be a joke. Voodoo is a very, very, very old line of graphics card that are no longer made. Yeah, that's what I would have imagined right there. Voodoos are when I first started getting into computers. Like 30 plus years ago. I mean, not 30 plus, but 25 to 30 years ago. That corner gets me every time. I throttle out of that corner way too aggressive. I've never driven this car before, though, so cut me some slack, Jack. It's a fun car, though. Back out of this before I lose my spot. Yeah, believe it or not, I'm running the 1-to-1 steering angle. Nothing has driver aids in ranked. You can force them on, but in ranked you can't. But the thing is that I can stream PMR. Stream it. Meaning I'm using the same computer, streaming it, and get a substantially better frame rate than he does. He has computer issues. He's going to be too stubborn. And he would never listen to somebody like me because I don't have the sim racing experience that he has. And I can already tell, like, his kind of personality is the same where, like, I'm not going to take advice from someone on a different subject because the main subject is something that I know more about. Sim racing, which he does objectively know more about sim racing than I do. Without a doubt. You know? But I've seen enough from him to know that he's lacking some configuration abilities with computers. Like, for example, if you guys don't believe me and you think I'm just, like, I'm speaking from the standpoint of having a lot of horsepower on a computer, go watch Just Boris's channel. Sub to Just Boris. He had, like, a series of using old as hell computer components to play PMR. And the game was always playable. Yeah, a lot of them, the frame rate sucked. Down to 30 frames, but it was a smooth 30 frames. We're talking, like, 1050 Ti graphics cards here. Some, like, arguably dead technology. Stuff that's weaker than a PS4. Still ran the game. You know? Yeah, but the thing, though, is that Trap, his frame rate drops down quite a bit. Below 120. And his GPU doesn't get utilized more. He has a utilization issue. 100%. And because he doesn't care about the game. Now I'm not saying that the game itself is perfect. However, he has something going on with his computer that is causing a problem specifically with PMR that is giving him this bad experience. Yes, Trev is 100% right in that. As far as a stable frame rate is concerned, because I can actually get more frames in AC Evo. However, as far as a stable frame rate goes, PMR is 10 times more stable than Evo. And there are scenarios where I get more average frames, but the frame pacing and the frame times are awful by comparison, which is your experience, is what you feel. And it does very much seem to be track specific in Evo, I'll say that. That was a big part of why I ran down, if you guys watched my Evo 0.8 stream, where I went down the performance of each track. More tracks than not were great. They ran smooth. But there are some tracks that Kunos needs to go back and make adjustments to the tracks because there is some issues with frame rate. It's primarily frame pacing, because if you look at your frame rate, the average number, it's never low. It's always high. Yet I feel like I'm getting 30 frames. at times. And if you look at the minimum, which is represented through frame time, I'm like in the teens. Like 17, 15 frames. Ranked is a ghost town. We're gonna get into that. That's what we're gonna start with PMR. I'm hoping the next update, which is gonna be a big one, lures people back to that and just lures players to the game in general. But ranked, unfortunately, is the biggest problem with PMR right now. Quick, out of the way. Trap, he wouldn't reach full utilization at 120 hertz in PMR, full GPU utilization, because the GPU will be throttling down at 120 frames. But my point of what I was saying is that he drops below that number quite a bit, and the GPU does not go up. So once you fall off of your target frame rate, like for example, let's just say it takes 75% of your GPU to hit 120 frames. When the frame rate starts to drop, the load of the GPU should go up. You have 100% to play with. You can't go over 100%. That's what 100% is. So if you're throttled down on your GPU, you have an extra 25% of GPU on standby to lock to that 120 frames. And he was dropping below that number quite often. And his GPU load was not increasing. He has a hardware bottleneck, or it could be through software. It could be a software problem. But a software problem creating a hardware bottleneck. There is 100% something going on there that's causing his hardware to not work correctly in PMR. Because that will lead to stutters. I get far more stutters in RaceRoom. I get more stutters in LMU than I do PMR. My frame rate is overall higher in LMU, but I get more stutters. So there's nothing wrong with sticking to AMS2 if you have it, Todd. Like I said, I would, if you have AMS2 and you don't, and you know, you're running like a 4060, and what do you have for a CPU? Technically, until you have time to build, because at the end of the day, PMR is a more modern title. It's going to take more power to run it, you know? Well, right now, I highly recommend against ever purchasing it. I bought a 5090 when I had a 4090 to sell, and I could get a 5090 at the original MSRP, not the new MSRP. Gonna let me in or what? Did this just not let me in? What the hell happened? What the hell happened? Oh, it says right here. All right, I was real nervous. That's something that... Okay, never mind. I just panicked for no reason. We're good, boys. We're good. I thought RaceRoom screwed me. It didn't. That's not your CPU load that's increasing, Art. That's your blood pressure in a certain region. So I made this reference the other day, but right now, the best place, in my opinion, to buy... It's cheaper to buy a PC than it is to build one right now. Because you don't get discounts on marked up components. My number one recommended PC to purchase right now is from Micro Center. And believe it or not, it is a good price. So my number one recommendations right here. That is bright. 2,300 bucks. Yes, it's expensive. I get it, but you're getting a lot of computer. 9800X3D. That's what I have. I don't have any real experience with the MSI motherboards, but MSI is a solid brand. I'm an Asus guy personally. 32 gigabytes of DDR5 6000. I have 64, but you don't need more than 32. 5070 Ti. That's my number one most recommended graphics card right now. Performance versus price. Second would probably be the 9070 XT, which, if you're an AMD guy and you don't really want to buy into NVIDIA, which, because of a lot of the software side of things, I recommend NVIDIA over AMD, but from a hardware standpoint, this is also a gangster PC on the AMD side. 9070 XT right here. Same spec. Asus, I actually prefer the Asus motherboard, but that's just because I'm used to that brand. $100 cheaper. So if you're an AMD guy and you want an AMD graphics card, this is the best one right now. This computer. And if you got a little bit more spending money, the 5080. Same computer as the other one, 2,600 bucks, comes with the 5080. The only GPU more powerful than that right now is the 5090, which is unaffordable. It would make this thing $5,000. Yeah, only 6K, exactly. These are so affordable. The 5090 one just gets broken on price. Do not buy a 5090. Don't do it. They were honestly unaffordable at their original MSRP, let alone their new MSRP of $5,000. But yeah, these three computers right here, boys, these are pre-builts. The thing about it is they're Micro Center pre-built, so they use all in-house components, all real components, no proprietary bullshit. This is what I recommend if you want to get into the PC space. This is what you got to spend if you want a killer experience that will last you years. Now, the other option is the secondhand market. Building a used computer, or building a computer of used components on the third-party markets. You know? But if you want to buy a new computer with some level of warranty and just plug it in and use it, you're going to have to do some software configuration. That's just computers. This is where it's at, boys. This is where it's at. I'm a computer guy. Trust me when I recommend these prices for what you're getting. It's a very hard time in computers right now. It's a very hard time in technology. It's only going to get worse. Cell phones are going to increase in price. It's all going to go up. We're entering into a new age of technology pricing, and it's going to start affecting more mainstream things, where regular people who are not into tech are going to be affected by it. So maybe then the buck will stop. But for now, it's not stopping. Us tech nerds and gamers and all that shit, we're going to suffer indefinitely until mainstream people Regular people who are not into tech are affected by these prices, and class action lawsuits and all that stuff happens. But until then, this is what it's not going to stop, guys. It's only going to increase in price. It's not the best time to buy a PC, but from here moving forward, the best time to buy a PC, because it's not going to get better. It's only going to get worse. Trust me. I recommended to so many friends of mine months ago, buy components now. They didn't. Now prices have doubled. And they already started going up when I was saying that. It's a good looking car. Interesting range of audio. It depends on the performance you get for the price. Because a 5090 is technically twice as powerful as a 5080. It's quite literally twice the compute power. The problem is video games don't take advantage of that compute power. So it's not twice the frame rate or anything like that. That's just not how it works. However, am I the only person in this race? Oh, it's not. That's not a you thing, Todd. You blame. It is that. AI data centers. What a race, boys. Look at that. We got gold. All right. I'm not dicking around with RaceRoom. Ooh. I lied. We might be dicking around with RaceRoom. Just one race, though, since that wasn't a race. These aren't my favorites, but they're pretty solid. They're pretty solid. I prefer the DTM variants to the Super Tours, but still good cars. Yeah, honestly, Run of Audio, you're going to get more from that CPU update. Like, for the pricing of CPUs, I recommend everybody get the 9800X3D. Like, that is the only CPU I recommend. I don't even recommend getting any of AMD's higher core count chips. Trust me, I have a 5090. I could have bought the 9800, sorry, the 9950 X3D2, which is 2 3D V-Cache CCDs. Not going to run as good as a 9800 X3D because of latency and core parking. More complex, it's more heat, less efficient for no reason, no benefit whatsoever. You guys, I could do you want to see a financial joke? I could go build my computer right now on PC Part Picker. And it would see how much it would cost to duplicate my current computer. It would be laughable. It'd be totally laughable. Yeah, those all have AIOs. I think they were all 360s. But the biggest reason, too, why I did say about how like Gamer Muscle doesn't quite fully understand the computer configuration stuff is because of the CPU he bought. He bought a 9950 X3D. Unless you do any kind of 3D modeling, Blender, things like that, which maybe he does, it is the wrong CPU for gaming. The point of that CPU is so that you can attempt to have your cake and eat it too. You get the core count for the tasks that need cores. Blender, things like that. Although I do believe Blender can use your GPU as well, so either way, the softwares that will require core count, that's where that CPU comes in. The chip that I have is still plenty powerful enough for CPU heavy tasks, but really focuses on gaming. However, all of the tasks that are very resource eccentric on my end, use the GPU, use my 5090. Streaming, editing, rendering, everything uses my GPU. All my CPU needs to do is be able to keep up with my GPU. 9800X3D is the best at that. Technically, the 9850X3D is the best at it, which that is just a slightly overclocked version of the 9800X3D. But it puts the CPU past its efficiency range. It uses a lot more power to get that little bit of extra frequency. But it is technically more powerful. I disagree, Grumps, on the graphics killing gaming thing. Corporate greed has killed gaming, not graphics. Graphics have, like, the biggest thing for me was always the increasing fidelity. That's why you bought new game consoles. That's why you got a PS2 over a PS1. That's why you got a PS3 over a PS2, was the graphics. You know, graphics should always be evolving. However, corporate greed, pressure on developers, things like that, that is what's killing gaming. It's just a whole bunch of miscommunication through all the stages. Gaming has gotten too big to survive without some form of honest regulation to keep, you know, billionaires from creating monopolies. I shouldn't say billionaires, but publishers shouldn't have as much reign over development studios as they do. Truly. Like, Xbox should not be able to buy development studios and then lay off a bunch of people. Like, that shouldn't be a thing. Like, ID Software. Look at ID Software. What have they ever done wrong? Name a single thing ID Software has ever done wrong. And after you're unable to do that, why did half of their staff get laid off? They're not going to make better games with half the workforce. How does a game like Doom the Dark Ages come out and run so damn well and look so damn good? And a big part of the amazingness of that game is how good the game looks. How is that possible? Because ID Software was a solid studio that was self-sufficient. They had their own engine. They knew how to build their own engine. And now they just got fired for being too good at their job. It's not graphics. It's not gameplay. It's none of that. It is corporate greed that continues to murder the gaming industry, I promise. If games look worse and run worse, that's not a graphics problem. That's a development problem that starts at the top of the food chain. And I'm not saying every developer should keep their job. If you're bad at your job, you should be fired. But ID Software is proof in the pudding that they are not firing bad developers. Nobody is safe in the industry. Imagine being good at your job, doing the best the company has ever seen, and then being rewarded by being fired. Think about that. That is the gaming industry. It's awful. I want no part of it. I would never want to be part of working on it. Well, I consider myself an older gamer and not a kid, so I very much value immersion in graphics. And no one's going to change my opinion of that. And those other popular games capture on one thing: predatory level gambling. What do we think microtransactions and skins are? Early onset gambling. That's why those games were popular. Fortnite, Counter-Strike, Call of Duty. You eliminate the microtransactions, you eliminate the skins, you eliminate all of the gambling from those games, I guarantee you player numbers drop. Guarantee it. Humans are dopamine dependent. We need dopamine to be happy. What's dopamine? How do you get that? Hey, I finally got that skin that I worked so hard to get. I had to put 2,000 hours of doing the same bullshit in, feeding this game money to unlock that skin, and I finally did it. Or you just go to the store and buy the skin. That's what those games do well. The best games ever made are rarely even talked about. If all that matters is player count to make the best game, yeah, the best games are never given credit. Because the best games never have the highest player numbers. It just comes down to what metric matters for making the best game. Because here's the thing. You have Arc Raiders. You've got Claire Expedition. Hold on. Claire Obscure Expedition 33. It's a long title name. Right? In 20 years from now, you might not like Expedition 33. You might like Arc Raiders. That might be just what you want to play. But I can assure you that in 20 to 30 years from now, in the video game space of remembering games, nobody's going to remember Arc Raiders. A bunch of people are going to remember Expedition 33. Player count doesn't even compare. Arc Raiders crushes Expedition 33. It's not even close. That's good enough. I feel like I might have missed this race. Pretty sure I did. Spent too much time talking. Going on, Apex? Doing well. How about you? But no, at the end of the day, bad business planning that stems down from corporate greed and bottom dollar style level of thinking is what kills video games. And it's currently doing it right now. You know, we'll see what plays out with Xbox. Because right now, of both Microsoft Xbox, Xbox Division, and Sony is objectively making worse calls than Xbox. I do believe, maybe I'm wrong, but I actually do think Asha Sharma, the new CEO of Xbox Division, is actually doing the right things. But it's coming off as bad right now because Xbox dug themselves into such a bad hole. There needs to be some kind of reset. Now, I don't agree with the ID software thing, but that's the one thing that I objectively don't agree with so far. We'll see how it plays out, but I don't agree with that. However, nothing Sony is doing right now I agree with. I don't care about the physical disc thing. I personally don't. I game on PC. There is no such thing as physical discs in my world. However, you know that gaming, especially the people who have console gamed and care about physical merchandise, the guys that collect consoles, things like that, you know that there's a ton of those. A ton of those. In fact, I'd even make the argument that 50% of gamers on console are those people. That might be a higher number than actuality, but there's a lot of those people. So by cutting the physical disc, even though right now the physical disc argument is not even it's not even the game anymore. It's a license on a disc, you know, that you still have to download the game. So it's really not any different than digital. But you still are getting something physical to add to your collection, to say, I was here, right? I've done this. Digital, there's just nothing. I'm not a collector, which is why I don't give a shit about the physical stuff. But that is a bad business decision. And anybody in touch with their customer base at all of Sony would be able to see that is a bad business decision to get rid of the physical disc. Because you're just pissing off a bunch of the people who buy your product for no real savings. I do like RaceRoom Apex. Admittedly, though, I've low-key gotten addicted to force feedbacks from other creators. And by that, I mean the Daniel Cart force feedback that from, says the guy with a dozen racing wheels. Yeah, it happens. If you think that's bad, you should see my Milwaukee collection. Ooh, Nomad Soul on Dream. Well, for example, the more recent one I can think of, Art, that's one of my favorite games of all time, is Alan Wake 2. Alan Wake 2 is an incredible, incredible narrative, story-driven game. And I am a sucker for a story. I don't care if there's barely any gameplay. If you're telling me a riveting story that I'm addicted to the next element of the story, and if it's just walking simulator, the actual gameplay, I don't give a shit. I can't wait to find out what happens in the story. Welcome to this ranked server. The ratings are visible on your profile page. Okay. Cool. Trying to think of other games. I got my buttons backwards. Cyberpunk style game. I still gotta play Cyberpunk again, man. I haven't played Cyberpunk since its initial shitty release. I've really drawn back on playing games as they come out because of just the general market of gameplay. Fix it later. You know, so I haven't played the new I've owned it. I haven't played the new Doom DLC yet because I'm scared to. Even though Doom was a pretty solid initial launch. I don't have my force feedback bound. Oh, there it is. I just don't want it there, though. Actually... I don't really care. Honestly, it doesn't matter. Yeah, I have Rensport. The new DTM update was really good. There's not enough game there to keep me playing it regularly, but it's on the right path. Because chat voted no. Yeah, no, Doom does have an incredible soundtrack. Just the opening scene of Doom the Dark Ages is enough to give me a chub. Oh! Hit the old sausage. Vanquish. I don't think I ever played that. The problem is I don't know what games were and were not popular. Because before the age of this age where everything was streamed, I just bought and played games. I didn't give a shit about metrics. I didn't look at that stuff. I just played games. You know? So I don't know, outside of the past 10 years from now, what was more popular. Oh, missed it. Just think. The guys who created that game and all the way back to the original Doom got laid off. It's shocking to me. Like I said, though, I do think a part of the problem, though, is companies are also scared to lay people off, which leads to mass layoffs in the long run. But like, I do believe you have to be good at your job to keep your job. Like, if there's someone better if you are not meeting your tasks and your job, you should be subject to losing your job. Especially if there are other people out there that are going to get paid the same wage that'll do it better. The guy who was in the pool? Ah! Alright, good enough. Why can't I go back? Alright, bathroom time, then it's race time, and then we're done with this game. Also, for the guys that were talking about heat from the dash, there is substantially more heat on the wheelbase than there is in the dash. What a re-entry! Oh, Jesus, guy. Look at this shit, man. I'm telling you. You really think your particular sim is one to bitch about with the driving online? Everybody online sucks. I don't know why that guy was so slow through there. I don't even feel like I had a fast line. I had to go avoid him, go in the dirt. But here's the thing, though, right? Everyone always talks about... I understand your point of view there, Fran, but everybody always talks about, you know, when the world ends and we lose the internet. Well, what makes you think you're not going to lose electricity, too? You really think when the world ends, you're going to play video games? Unless your goal is to go out in the first wave, there's a good chance video games won't work to any degree in the apocalypse. Oh, I'm 100%. If I find out there's a bomb going off in my area, I'm gonna go find the bomb and sit there and wait. You think I want to survive the apocalypse? Hell no. I don't know what comes next, boys. But I know it ain't gonna be trying to survive in the apocalypse. That's for damn sure. If my options are heaven, hell, or infinite darkness of no actual afterlife, I choose that over living in the Armageddon. Just saying. Just saying. I laugh at all the doomsday preppers. Hey, if that's your goal, if you want to live in that world, by all means. But I'm gonna find the nearest, fastest way out. Get an achievement if the bomb lands in my head. Fun fact, when I first moved to where I live, I found out that there is a decommissioned nuke in a field in my vicinity. So what I'm trying to say is, in an event where the world is ending, I'm going to actively try and commission that nuke. And have one hell of a going away party. I'll just do everything I've learned in the movies. Just start messing with wires. Watch the movie Armageddon, but just try and reverse engineer the movie. Watch the scene where they're trying to literally disarm the nuke in the shuttle. And just watch it in rewind. Reverse order. Yeah, apparently a bomb fell out of a plane. Now, mind you, this is all story. Supposedly it's true. A lot of people have told me this, but you know how stories can grow and, you know. But supposedly it fell out of a plane. There is an Air Force base right down the street. So, like, I live just outside of a military base. Air Force. In case you guys didn't know, the Air Force is who flies planes. Fun little track. Never driven this track before. There's so many tracks that I've never driven. Oh shit, I read chat. I think we'll jump into PMR next. That's bullshit. I do not agree with that track limit. Being nuclear bombs, PMR next. Yep. You're gonna do it, aren't you? Don't care. Get the fuck off the track. Do not care. Yes, I could have hit the brakes, but I don't give a shit. Of course, I have no front downforce now, though, so I'm kind of screwed. Oh, he's out. Okay, let's go with this. I'm trying to find a view that doesn't make me motion sick that I can see. Yeah, there's a lot of different layouts in IMS2 for tracks that really keep it fresh. I don't believe you! What the? I had no problems with that chicane before. Now all of a sudden I can't go through without a track limit. Nice little battle we're having. It's sloppy, but it's a battle. You know, I tried being cautious through that chicane, and that's what I get for it. That's what I get. I don't even care. I'm not finishing the race. Can't, like... I don't care. I can't remember the last time I cared about ranked play enough to not quit a race that I foobar it. Jump into PMR now. Sometimes, whenever it's on a line that sorry, a track that I've never driven that track before. I have no idea what track that even was, honestly. But when it's on a track I've never driven, the line's on. Trust me, it helps other people more. I could, Bran. I could try. I haven't tried a lobby in a minute. Let's see what ranked looks like. But if ranked looks like garbage, I'll attempt to, you know, put a lobby up. That's interesting. I've never seen that before. Never seen that before. That might have been RaceRoom syncing. I wasn't looking. That's a new one. Never seen that before. I think that might have been RaceRoom. Because they sync typically after you close the game. But it said if you play the... I don't know. That was weird. God. Force feedback is so much better. I gotta say that, guys. Instant gratification. Force feedback in PMR. It's so strange to me that people don't like this force feedback. This is better than like, it's an immediate notice coming out of LMU and RaceRoom. The only thing that I've felt that's better than this is Daniel Kart's force feedback in AMS2. Mind you, I haven't tried a lot of other custom force feedback profiles in other games. I've only tried it in AMS2. But it does make a really good experience.
You know the drill, mate. Take it easy for the first few laps. Your tires and brakes are cold.
What do you mean, in two places? They're all like that. Well, all the good ones are like that. When games don't have car-independent force feedback adjustment, I think that's a negative thing. Like, I've never played a game where I like the same amount of force feedback for all classes of cars. I've never played a game where it's like that. Even Gran Turismo 7. You put me in an F1 car with the same force feedback as a GT3 car, The GT3 has got way too much force feedback, and the F1 car doesn't have enough. Not for nothing, you could always just max it out in the global and then reduce it when you need to, car specifically. That way you're never looking at the global settings to adjust those. It's just maxed. And then you only turn it down when you need to make an adjustment. I'm liking this wheel a lot, a lot, a lot. Super comfortable. There's something about the FX Pro, too, that I've always wondered about. If it affects the actual force feedback or not, is the balance of the wheel. It's top-heavy. It's a top-heavy wheel. So I've always wondered if that created a problem. Damn, I only went 201? God damn. That's how you know I haven't played in a minute.
Got some minor damage to the splitter.
That's how you know I haven't played in a minute, boys. I went 201, and I'm 157 on the leaderboards. That's funny. So let me show you what I mean. All right. FX Pro. Okay, this is what I mean. I've always wondered if this affects force feedback. Let's turn off the wheelbase. So we're ready, watch. Let's put this back on for now. We're ready, watch. See? Balanced. Right? FX Pro. The FX Pro is very top-heavy. If you notice where the... And by top-heavy, I mean... So I've always been very curious if the top heaviness of the FX Pro wheel affects force feedback negatively. You know? Something, a dynamic that I've always thought about. When I do my actual video where I test them back to back, maybe I'll find out as I do it. Get the music flowing.
Focus on the lights. Let's get a good launch and hold on to P1.
You ain't kidding. You ain't kidding, Art. All right, 158.6. We're working our way back. Maybe they got paid by Microsoft. That sucked. Whoa! Yay! So what's everyone's favorite sim? For those watching right now, what's everybody's favorite title? I think Art's is iRacing now. I think he's officially gone full iRacing. He went full retard, and you should never go full retard. I need to make a video about why I think the word retard should not be considered like a slanderous word. Sims is the best sim, it's the title. Nice. What about Sim Tower? Sim Tower was my favorite. I'd say iRacing is the most established, but I try and focus a lot of my game judgment on the driving experience and not just the overall experience. But I would agree iRacing is the best if you factor in the entirety of the aspects. It's a monopoly for a reason, but it has some of my least favorite driving. Like, suspension physics is the absolute best I've ever seen in PMR. AMS2, while I love AMS2, AMS2 has no suspension physics. If AMS2 modeled suspension correctly and had actual weight transfer and suspension movement, AMS2 might be my favorite driving experience and favorite overall game, period. I mean, it kind of is my favorite game, but it's not my favorite driving. It's up there, though.
Box this lap. Box this lap.
Good racing, boys. Good racing, boys. I will say the having seen stuff and coming for this, as long as it lands, as long as the plane touches down with the landing gear out and it's smooth,
The sponsors will be very happy with that.
I'm hoping PMR's needle moves for player base, because I know I'm going to enjoy what we get, but if there's nobody to play it with, that's the part that'll suck. It's funny, I don't know what my favorite sim is. It depends on the day. I'd say, in general, AMS2 is. PMR has potential to be my favorite, but it needs a lot of... Now, without arranging something for this game, GT3s are the only thing that's going to lure people in randomly. So, it is what it is. Tis what it is. Plus, we're going to have all new GT3 physics on the next update, so... these cars will feel fresh. You know what? I'm going to start from the back. We're going to start from the back. My issue with iRacing Art is the subscription model. I don't believe that you can charge money for content in game and also have charge for a subscription to play the game at all. You know, I can somewhat accept what LMU does, how they only charge for higher tiers of subscription, but the base subscription is free. But I think it's too egregious, personally. What subscription model does GT7 have? That's not really a GT7 thing, though. That's a PlayStation thing. But where I would argue GT7 is wrong is forcing you to have an online connection to play single player. That to me is bullshit. Hot take, my opinion is that it should be absolutely illegal to force someone to have an internet connection to play an offline single-player experience. Another hot take. That's why we're in the situation that we're in. Too many people are okay with being bent over the table financially to play a video game. And they keep moving the needle and we keep accepting it. Where does the buck stop? Like, if no one rebels against the practice of making an offline single-player experience mandatory internet connection, what's to stop them from moving the needle? They will keep moving the needle. It will never stop. So if we never fight back on even some basic shit, they'll never have any reason to even consider slowing that down. You'll own nothing and be happy about it.
No time set.
And people accept that.
Back of the grid.
That's the reality of that situation. You might not realize it, but AMS2, PMR, games like this, sandboxy games, you own them more than even games like Gran Turismo. You don't need the internet to play these games. You do online, well, that's a duh situation. But think of all the single-player games that make you have an internet connection to play the single-player campaign. I don't know how anybody can be okay with that, truly. I really don't. It doesn't make sense to me. It does not compute in my brain. How we accept that as like, that's fine. The problem with iRacing is you can pay the subscription, spend thousands and thousands of dollars on content, I'm not exaggerating on that, in the game. And if you stop paying your subscription, you cannot access that content.
Yellow flag. Yellow flag.
Green means go, Mr. B. Green means go. If you, in my opinion, iRacing, you can charge a subscription if you don't charge for content. But selling people something after a subscription that you can't keep if the subscription expires, to me, should be illegal. But we accept it, and we thank them. We are our own worst enemy. Come on, dude. All right. Friggin' fue, man. He lives by this.
No, he didn't slam into you, he didn't bump you, he didn't nudge you. He rubbed you. And rubbing, son, is racing.
Hit the pace car! Hit the pace car? Hit the pace car! What for? Because you hit every other goddamn thing out there. I want you to be perfect.
Blew it. Fuck. Held it too long. I could have held that line that long if I was on the outside, but trying to stay on the inside. Can't hold it that long. All right, here we go.
Stuff, mate. That's the fastest lap of anyone.
Here we go. Oh, whoa, what happened? What happened? Aw. I wanted that to be a battle. Ooh, that was rough. He might have run out of gas. That's a good point. You gotta be kidding me. I can't believe I almost blew that. Can't believe I almost blew that right there. Holy Jesus. Oh, man. I had another second and a half off that lap time right there, just in those last couple corners. Starting from 3/4 of a second slower. Oh, almost blew that. Woo! Good racing, boys. Still want to know what happened to F1 max power.
What a race. That's P1, mate. P1.
So what happened? Did he run out of gas? All right. Probably not the best track to add some variety, but there you go. Multi-class. Do what you want. Ugh. We'll probably get them in time, Slick. Hopefully. Anyway, boys, good job that last race. I'll do a couple more and then I'll probably call it. We'll continue this tomorrow. What I know is I can't wait for the next update in this game, though. Been so stagnant. So stagnant. So, by the way, Fue, the stuff that gets left behind on the steering wheel is actually your skin. The grippy texture will slowly pull your skin apart. Not like blistery type ripping your skin apart, but I mean like the tiny little dust particles. Wet microfiber. But a good microfiber, the kind that doesn't actually leave fibers behind. Soak it in water and just wipe it. It all comes right off. Rennsport is back to being dead too, yeah. Yeah. I fell off of it too. Not that I, like, for any particular reason other than it's just tough when other things are available that are more complete, you know? Had work, well, yeah. I'll just race in the back. I don't care. I gotta see if there's a way to default it, if I can pick which one it defaults to, because it always defaults to the red one. I want it to default to the blue one. Middle button lights bleed into it. I haven't noticed that yet, but I also noticed I can't stop it from being green. Like, it's blinking green right now in the pit. I have no green set up in that LED. It's just doing that by default. Read the manual. I don't have anything bound to these back buttons yet. I don't even know what I would do for that. I was thinking like DRS or something, but my DRS would be on my thumbs for comfort. It's just out of reach to be comfortable. Thumbs are a lot easier. Yeah, I was thinking that too, Slick, but at the same time, even in thumb's view, there's a left and a right Joy-Con. And my left Joy-Con I use as a left, right, and back. So I can see around. With just my thumb, you know? Maybe if we get some cars with nitrous in them, it can be a too soon junior. From a comfort standpoint, though, I still say for me it's easy. It's easier. Thumbs are easier to operate than mic. It's the fact that I have to rotate my hands like this to reach those buttons. So my hands are here. Thumbs. That's my hand movement for my thumbs. Now to hit those buttons with my index fingers, I have to rotate. See? So for me, I think the thumbs are still easier. Either way, they're there. You guys got options if you end up buying one of these wheels. There is no Laguna Seca or reverse in this game. This is a sim in its infancy.
Bad luck, mate. We didn't set a time. We're at the back for the race. Gonna be a tough one.
What's funny is I'm pretty seasoned on Nord's. Nord's reverse is like not even the same track. Not even close. Yeah, Fway, you just need to get an Evo wheelbase, in my opinion. It does seem like the USB stuff and all that, or the alpha wheelbases for this wheel, or for the Zeus lineup in general, was very much an afterthought. Or maybe it was problematic in the development of it. But either way, like, it's effortless. Everything works so good on the Evo stuff. I just plug it in and use it.
Focus on the line.
That was definitely a clusterfuck. Look like everybody survived, though. That could have been really bad. Oh no, he went inside! No! Oh, I was going for the inside pass and I thought he was staying outside. Keep going, Bran. You're good. Keep going. That's just racing. That's just racing. Oh, man. Yeah, so I'm guessing the update's going to drop probably next week sometime. It'd be cool if it dropped this week, but I don't think that's the plan. I think it's next week. Which listen, at the end of the day, if the difference between dropping this week versus next week is progress and not just waiting, I'm okay with that. You know? If that means one or two less gremlins or bugs don't make it into the game, take the week. You know? Oh, I thought that... Damn. That was depth perception screwing with me right there. I could have swore way moving over like that was going to clip his quarter panel and spin him out. But it was behind him still. I could have swore they were tire to tire when he was doing that. Look at that. Owl gets rid of... Hey, I have to wonder. This is going to be a joke for anybody who might take this serious. But it just so happens that Owl was having issues with his game taking forever to launch. And he fixed it by getting rid of an anti-cheat protocol. And now it launches like it's supposed to. And now he's winning races. Again, just a joke. Everyone waiting on JIT before playing again? Yeah. Yeah, we're getting a lot of stuff with it, though, Jack. That's the thing. So, like, it's gonna... Here, I keep saying it's gonna be a worthy update. It's gonna be a good update if they don't create a bunch of problems that don't exist right now. You know? That's always my fear with them. Owl with the win.
Good drive, mate. You're in the points.
A nice one and not too fancy. Oh, it's funny. Poor Eagles. Poor Eagles. Oh, you don't want to get as fast as me because you're still going to be slow if you do that. Sora! I haven't actually talked to Sora in a few days now. He might have actually taken the toaster in the bath with him. He might have had enough. And we lost Owl. They love their toasters too much. Well, I don't think he's a Brit. Ah, yes. Make those kids lunch. I need to do that for myself soon, too. This might actually be my last race for today, since we're coming on the 4-hour mark. Sounds good. Toast and tea. I'm sorry, but coffee is better than tea. Well, no, Sora lives in Sweden. But I don't think he's actually Swedish. Because he's like a hybrid. He's a test tube baby. Speaking of smoked brisket, I'm really upset. I smoked some ribs this weekend. I haven't used my smoker yet. I did everything to the letter, and they were delicious, but they would not fall off the bone. And I was really upset about that. Smoked them for 5 hours. It was a good rack. It wasn't some cheap, like, you know, standard market rack or something like that. It was a butcher shop rack. Like I said, we nailed the rub. The flavor was fantastic. Just was not fall off the bone, and I don't know why. No different than anything that would have been done in the oven or a grill. I was really confused by that one. Did your wife ask for a divorce after my failure? No, but she was equally disappointed. For what it's worth, it was a team effort, so we wanted to make sure because I'm a smoking noob. I've been grilling my whole life, but grilling's easy. I think smoking's probably easy too. It's new and it's different, so I'm learning it, you know? This will be from an old dairy cow. So we did like 3.5 and 1.5. So basically we did 3.5. We did a dry rub and a glaze combo. So first we put the dry rub on, and then we did it for 3.5 hours. And then we took it off, applied the glaze, did it for another 1.5 hours. Up to temp. Well, where do you pellet? 200 degree. Smoked it till it was 200 degrees. Smoked it at a steady 250 degree smoker temp until the meat was 200 degrees. Sora is Swedish. Got it, Art. Don't get me wrong. It was still delicious. We ate every bit of it. We nailed the flavor. Just not the fall off the bone texture. So we wrapped it in foil after the glaze. So the first 3.5 hours was just the rack on the grating with the dry rub. And then once we took it off and glazed it, put it back on for an 1.5 hours in tinfoil. Running at 180. So if we do it for 180, how long are we cooking it for? And here's the thing. All right, let me start with this. What's the target temperature of the rack? Because obviously if we smoke it at 180 degrees, it's never going to hit 200 degrees. Yeah, well, 16 hours. We definitely don't have enough time for that. So initially, then, what you're saying is we're cooking it too hot. Initially.
Second flag out. Session is done.
The problem with this is that everyone's going to have their own method for the perfect smoke. So I'm sure everybody's method, if they do it by their own method, 100%, is going to come out really good. So it's going to be, it's one of those things where I'm going to have to follow either someone's entire recipe or none of it, you know? Drying it up? Got it. Makes sense. Makes sense. Makes sense. Because it wasn't, like, super dry. Like, if I had done it in the grill, it would have been drier, for sure. But, again, the whole fall off the bone thing was non-existent. You still had to chew it off the bone. It came off the bone completely. It didn't leave any meat on the bone, but you had to really pull on it, you know? Fucking art. Oh. Yeah, there was no, you know, issues with it not falling off, if you will. Like that. I had no problem cutting the ribs for serving sizes, that is. Cut it right down the middle, a couple racks at a time. Chew to one bone, then once you get to the clean bone, you pull the bone off. You can pull it off and leave all the meat, and none of the meat will be attached to the bone. But you do very much have to pull the bone off the meat. It doesn't just fall off. So. 3 hours of cooking famous beef stew. That sounds actually really good. I'm jealous.
Come on, mate. Nail this start.
Yep, got some work to do then. Overall, though, for the first actual real rack smoke, I was not unhappy. Like, it was 100% good. It just was... It would be good for like a grill operation, you know? Like a really good grill job, but not a smoke. It felt like the biggest, like, part that I didn't like about was that I felt like I just wasted time, you know? I don't have a preference, if I'm being honest with you. I'd say maybe dry for a little less mess, but I'm not particular. As long as the rub is good, I don't really care. We did this particular one, we did dry and a wet, but I'm thinking about next time I do it, doing the same rubs, but just doing all of one on one and then all of the other on the other. So one will be a wet rub, one will be a dry rub. And just seeing which one I have a preference for. Oh shit, I almost lost it. So what would you say would be the optimum finished smoke temp of the meat? Not the grill, the meat. All right, the meat's done. Let's pull it off. It's at XYZ temp. What temperature would you guys recommend? Injection for commercial smoking? Well, that's a lot. I'm a basic bitch. Give me I just need the basics. For beef, you do 180. I want to say I was at like between 195 and 200 when I pulled mine. So, so do 3.5 hours at 180. Glaze it, pull it off, glaze it, tin foil it, bump it up to 200, maybe 225. For how long? Hour at 200. What's your guys' preferred total cook time? Obviously, the longer the better, but in a practical, real-life situation where you have a life and you can't sit there and smoke for, you know, a week straight. Six hours. Yeah, see, that's where I have absolutely no idea in terms of, you know, rack size versus time. That's just experience, and I don't have any of it, so. It's one of those things where it's going to require just repetitive trial and error to really get it to where I like it. But I'm trying to fast track that a little bit so I don't feel like I'm just wasting my time.
Fastest lap of anybody. Great driving, mate.
Yeah. Yeah, I want to try and... So my essentially what I want to do is follow those basic rules and then just deviate off of those rules with experience, you know? Like this weekend, I felt like I very much missed the mark. You know, in terms of the goal anyway. Like I said, they were delicious if I had just thrown them on the grill and made them on the grill. It would have been a fantastic job. But for the smoker and the 5 hours time it took, I was unhappy. Yeah, one change of trial. I'll just lower the temperature. Go from there. Same process, just lower the temperature. Off to work to go smoke 200,000 pounds of bacon. I just got heart disease reading that. And I'm super excited. Have a good one, sir. I'll smoke that bacon. And bring home the bacon when you're done.
Nice work, that's the fastest lap. Keep sending it.
I definitely don't have GT3 pace on this track. The only reason I'm getting fastest laps is just because I'm slowing everybody down behind me. Ah! That was bad. Somehow that was still faster. That's what I mean. I don't have pace. I think I'm just driving too much under the limit. And when I chase the limit, I lose it. The new GT3s are going to feel very different. If you guys like ACC GT3s, you're going to feel the Aris. on the GT3s in the next update. Basically, what that means is you're going to be able to crash them. Right now, they're very hard to crash. They're one of the hardest cars to crash in this game entirely. They're way too forgiving. Like, they feel super easy to slide, but super hard to go past that limit and lose control of the car. Whereas the latest variant of them, which we don't have yet, feels a bit more gripped up initially, and then when you go past the limit, you can find the too much limit a lot easier. It feels a bit more natural, but not as, like, ridiculous as, say, like iRacing. It's got very much an ACC feel. So if you guys like ACC GT3s, you'll appreciate the next GT3 update compared to what we've got now. And if you hate ACC, well, then the needle might move backwards for you. Feel it might make the skill gap bigger? Honestly, I don't think it's too hard, in my opinion. Like, and this is, you know my opinion. I don't like what they did with the M3, the BMW. I think they went too far in the wrong, well, not necessarily the wrong direction, but they went too far in that direction. And now they've made it too hard to drive by comparison to what should feel like the real car. You know? Whereas these cars feel too forgiving. And they don't really match, in my opinion, the way the rest of the cars in this game drive. And they're the most popular cars to drive in all sims, so GT3s do need to feel good. Like right there, the way that the tail of the car went back and forth, it felt like it was attached to an elastic band. At no point was I worried about losing control of the car. But the whole time, the rear end of the car was just flopping around like a fish. But I will say, prepare to get slower in the new GT3s. All you guys running, 156, 157 with the default car on, like, say, Sebring, prepare to not go that fast. Not without some real work. I agree, the cars are too fast, like, or at least compared to real times. Remember one time I tested the GT3, and I tested it next to LMU, and I was way too fast in this game. And it wasn't because of my driving. Like, I wasn't, like, because I was better at this game than LMU. It was just the cars were too fast. GG, everybody, GG. Sorry I slowed everybody down behind me. But that's going to do it as far as racing goes. I'm definitely going to be back on tomorrow. Definitely going to be back on tomorrow. Probably doing the same thing. Still going over I'm probably going to be reviewing the wheel all week. I don't know if I'll have the second camera set up because it's a super annoying inconvenience. Because every time I got to watch out for it, I can't bump it and shit. It's obviously not permanently fixed. It's on a tripod. But I'll be reviewing the wheel all week. And we'll obviously be sorting games. The games will still be, picking and choosing. But I'm down to play. If we can get even a couple guys in PMR, I'll do a little last hurrah before the update in PMR, some online play, So, either way, I think we're going to hone in more the rest of the week, though, back down to AMS2 and maybe some PMR. We didn't do any AMS2 today. I would like to get back into some AMS2. But we probably won't do any RaceRoom or any LMU. Unless LMU gets a nice rotation this week to pull me back into a ranked race. I just don't see, Are the GT3s wildly different now in iRacing than they were a couple months ago? Because I haven't played iRacing in a couple months. Factory driver lap not registering piss you off too much? Yeah, it does suck. I realistically, Fogbound, try again when we get the next update. That's my recommendation. Start in single player. Try it all. There's some solid stuff coming. I just don't know how the internet stuff is going to land, because you never know until it lands. It's really the end of it. Yeah, it was good. That was good, Bran. If you want, we can do that some more tomorrow. If you cannot nail a simple time trial mode. Yeah, well, again, the problem is that there's not a lot of them. You know, that's been their main problem. There's not a lot of guys making the game. And when there is so much... Here's the thing. As the game... time goes by, updates come out, things get better for the game, updates themselves will get more reliable. You know, there will be less breaking things and more just refining things. As like when you get like an AMS2 patch or something like that, you pretty much get a solid patch, right? Because the game's been out a while, they're in a good place. So whenever they get on their release cycle of releasing updates, the updates are just well landed. Where this game is still in its infancy in PMR, where mistakes still get made in updates, you know? So, me personally, I only did the factory driver the one day. I haven't touched it since the one day I streamed it. Once I got every car in the top 10, I stopped, and I haven't looked at it since. But I had no issues with nothing registering. But I have seen multiple people talk about that since. So, clearly there is a problem there. I did see that, Brain. I did see that. I haven't taken a look. I'll be honest with you. I've paid attention to Discord stuff about the game, but as far as playing the game, I have spent very, very, very little time with it in the past couple weeks. Because, like I said, when I made that or did that stream about taking some time away from it, that's kind of what's been going on. You know, I'm still just outside looking in type stuff with PMR, waiting for the update. We need players for that game. But to retain players, the game needs to be better. That's just the long and short of it, you know. Very much like the game. I have no intention of writing the game off unless some really bad shit happens with it, but can't predict that, you know. Hopefully, here's the thing, if the next update lands well, then I will be starting a league. I know I've been talking about league racing and stuff, but I've been very hesitant to start leagues. You know, for me, it's just a matter of commitments and not wanting to feel like I'm wasting my time. I don't want to feel like I'm working and not having fun, because it's not like I'm working and making money from doing a league. I'm just doing a league to have some fun, create some content, you know? But we'll see. Anyway, folks, that's it for me. I don't see myself streaming tonight unless I get really bored. And if I do, it's going to be AMS2. So if not, if I don't stream tonight, I'll be back at 11 o'clock roughly tomorrow, AM. And we'll get back to it. Until then, folks, I hope you all have a good rest of your day. Bye.